Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. We're going to get going just a little bit early here, a little bit before the normal start time. Get rolling. Twitch ad in seconds. Let's check in with the kitties while we wait. Out of the way there. Looks like one of them has managed to bump that camera. Hey there, John Doe. Hello, Sherbet. Hello, buddy. Let's see here. We have... Man, I forgot to do a bunch of the prep work. Indeed, John Doe, cats. Let's see here. We have Sammy and Mason on the bed there. We have Ember in her spot. Sherbet towards the edge of the table, which normally isn't visible, but like I said, I suspect Molly managed to drag on it a little bit. I still have to get the camera infrastructure in place that will prevent that from being an issue. But that's an infrastructure thing. Sherbet passing through. Gonna make up your mind, bud? Oh, but let's see here. Let's put the camera there. We'll correct all those at the first break. Let's see. So today, our goal is to at least get rolling with a redesign of how gates work. So our problem right now is that the gates are all set up to be sequential and fire once. So as soon as a gate opens, it opens forever. And that's not really what we wanted. We want gates that can open and close dynamically. We want gates that can influence the entire stack of gates. The general idea that gates control access to a bundle of behaviors and potentially might be kind of nested is also the kind of thing we want. So if a gate lives within the bubble of another gate, that's okay. So one of the things we're going to have to do is restructure that, come up with whole new logic. Happily, we have the idea of message handling, which is becoming pervasive in that behavior chain. What we'll do is wire it in such that any time a behavior is consulted as far as a message, the first thing is to pass it through the gate. And the gate might eat that message, might trigger other messages, might allow the message to continue but not pass it in. Things like, effectively like the gate causes its whole block to be skipped. That kind of stuff. We want that in there. So the first thing is going to be adding that handling. Now, again, for those not familiar with the channel, we are doing game development. We are doing a lot of programming, but that doesn't mean you have to know anything about programming, about C#, about Godot, none of that. If you want to learn along, you can do that. If you just want to chat, you can do that. Okay, so this all needs to be there. Catalog category. This is our override for a universal thing. The internal is open. This should not really be the case. It's not about whether the gate is open or whether we're trying to open it. We're going to switch to a handle message pattern. So let's grab that from entity. First, we're going to close all this other stuff. And we'll grab this from entity. Mask. This is don't need you. So ultimately, one of the things that's going to happen is build behaviors. This logic will change. Right now, what we're doing is we iterate over the collection of entity or behaviors, and we group them based on whether a gate has appeared. Still going to do a lot of that, but the way that the gates are handled subsequently when we process the behaviors is a big part of what will change. But this needs to be altered as well. It needs to be somewhat recursive in that it needs to dive down into behaviors. If we get a behavior group, dive into the behavior group, that kind of thing. One will hope, John Doe. Now, I haven't tested it in compatibility mode. So compatibility mode is largely necessary if we're going to run it on, say, like a phone platform. So I wonder what will happen if we do that. Well, here, let's put it in mobile. We'll put this back in a moment. So what this does is, I said compatibility mode, but we're going in mobile mode. Mobile mode means it could run on something like iPhone, Android, as far as the compile process. Whether we compile them separately or we do them all the same way will vary. I changed the background tiles. There's something a bit wrong with them, but maps are on the revision block in the near future. So let's get our flood the screen here. Yeah, one more will cause it to choke. Well, I mean, it's not running really worse, so we could leave it in that mode for the time being. Hello, Dods, but no sounds yet, John, and I'm going to be really careful about incorporating sound. A common issue with this kind of game is a kind of flood of extraneous noise. It's one thing to have the hits on an enemy potentially make a little sound, but I also don't want to make it so that every pickup has a little chime, that every little thing has its own sound, because you can just get a buzz, But eventually there will be something like an impact sound, potentially different for each weapon. All right, let's flood it. For example, I wouldn't want a necessarily an explosion sound for each one of these. Or if it was, it would need to be very subdued. It's running pretty well. Yeah. That is running pretty well. Right. We need to be cautious of sound choices, because a big part of the game will be trying to create this sort of scenario. That is true. So Dodd's suggesting, like, why not have dynamic music where it changes somewhat based on what's going on. And I'm reminded of, I think it's like Wii Tanks or something like that, or it was like Wii Play and it had a little Tanks game, but one of the aspects of that game was that each enemy had its own little theme that was incorporated into the music for that level while it existed. Like, if there was a gray tank, the music would include the gray tank's little track. And they would all blend together and make a different music for that level. And that could be neat, where each of the behaviors that is firing has a little flag that if it's present, it changes the music, you know? Hey there, Yopi. Welcome, welcome. Okay, well, running in mobile mode, I'll have to read up on what those are again. What was this one? I think this was the it runs on most things version. So let's test it on this. Processing. Loading. Starting. This one was a little better. You can see we've got most of the icons. I don't have one for random direction or track enemy yet, nor do I have anything other than a placeholder for the mouse. Explosion needs different icons. I would like to have more dynamic element to what these are, or at least that they look more dynamic on the icon to give you an idea of how they behave. And we'll put impact explosion there. Okay, still running clean. Still real clean. This will tip it over into drain scenario. Okay, let's take that one off. Switch to this one. Let's take that one off and make sure it falls back properly. Oh, okay. The explosion was tripling. Yeah. We're still able to get about 30 frames a second in this state, which is pretty good. Of our kind of rolling death zone here. Like end animations, like the yarn ball goes away. With some things, I'm not really worried how long it takes them, or at least that they will do anything other than vanish. Enemies, I would like to have a death animation. Some of that will be using the same logic that I want to use for explosions, and that's having a transient visual. So, create this visual in this spot, and then it goes away. We'll see how that plays out. There's some structural differences that would need to happen there. Okay. Like I said, our target for today is the gate logic. So walking everybody through what happens here. So the inventory is going to eventually trigger build behaviors on a behavior. We create a behavior group and we start to stuff it with values until we run into a gate. As soon as we run into a gate, we make a new set of behaviors and start stuffing that one. Indeed, Lore. It is a logical turducken here. And it will become more of that once we get the better system in place. So things we want to preserve. We want to preserve the idea that the base behavior starts without a gate. It can have a gate, but it is treated as its own behavior group to start with. We don't blend it. So we'll use all of those as a behavior group, but process it that way. Eventually, so right now base behavior is always a behavior group. I want to change it so that when we make that behavior group, we parse it in differently, but for the time being, behavior group. Then we have a series of behaviors that we add in. So we're still doing that. We're still looking for gates, but we're going to leave the gate on the value here. So instead of having this queue of gates and a queue of behaviors, or at least a separated queue of behaviors between base behavior and those, is we're still just going to have the queue of behaviors. Or I'm sorry, a list of behaviors that we will iterate over when we're sending messages. All of them get the message. And when we come into our entity, is our handle message right here. First thing that's going to happen is we're going to call the base on handle message. Sorry, this will become a virtual in parent entity. We will override it. If we need to. Okay, no, this is handled basically, so we need to first we check the gate. So first we pass behavior message into the gate. It's going to decide if the message continues or not, and if it should make it into this method. So there will be a series of values that a gate can return here. Hey, Colin, we're doing pretty well today. Hoping to have a productive week of programming. If you didn't see the schedule, it's pretty much coding all the way to Sunday. On Sunday, we are planning on a Monster Hunter / Left 4 Dead 2 collab stream, where we will do some of the new content in Monster Hunter Wilds, and then we will pivot into a I'm gonna say a escort the person afraid of zombies Left 4 Dead game. We haven't got that yet, Lunar. That feature is not yet in. So what this implies is that we have a return from the gate, where we want a specific value if we're going to go into here. An additional value determines whether we will continue or not. No worries, JCR. Dodds claims to have invented the greatest carny food ever. So I'm going to assume that they have discovered something new and exciting to deep fry in sugary batter. Has anybody ever done that? So, your turducken is your kind of roasted bird in a bird in a bird in a bird kind of thing. But has anybody done what amounts to a fried turducken, where you put a fried chicken and a fried chicken and a fried chicken, fried bird and a fried bird and a fried bird, and then you fry it? That seems like the pinnacle American Thanksgiving mistake. Bacon wrapped hot dog, smoked, then beer battered, deep fried, covered in chili and cheese, and then maybe other toppings. Well, that would be a thing. I suspect, Tass, that no, a McDonald's chicken nugget is more of a perhaps you begin with the standard turducken, but then you just throw the thing in an industrial blender first, and then you fry it. Shaped meat smoothie. Let's see. So there's a cat treat that I like to give mine, but I try to do it sparingly because they're kind of rabid for them. The ones I use are called churros. You may have seen advertisements for kind of delicables. But I think the best way to describe them is meat Go-Gurt. They're a tube with kind of a meat paste in them. Hey there, James. All right, let's see here. Let's bump that down a little bit. Yes, Dodds, meat Go-Gurt. It has the same general appearance, little plastic tube with a tear-off top that you squeeze from some point at the bottom to extrude the contents. All of mine except Sky love them intensely, and it is a bit of a battle to make sure that everybody gets some, especially Ember, since Ember is you could say easily pushed around, but I think incredibly prissy about it is more accurate. Is she wants to lick delicately at it and doesn't like it when the other cats crowd her. And given that the other cats are much more aggressive about wanting it, it becomes a game of like running them around so that each of the cats gets a little bit. Mason, being the biggest problem cat, is that he will shove the others out of the way and try to grab it and take it for himself. Sky doesn't like them. He does not care for them at all. He does like greeny treats, though. Okay. So this implies a return for a gate check. So we need to have a interpretable field that says if the gate contains one value, we're going to go in and we're going to handle this. Then it's going to allow the behavior to keep it. Uh, So ultimately, there's two effective returns. There's allow the message in, then there's allow the message to continue. And it can be either of those. We can allow we can choose to not allow the message in, but we can allow the message to continue. We can not allow the message in, and we can eat the message. So the message completely dies there. That would be controlled by... We're going to need to change message handling on behavior for that. That needs to be a Boolean. It handles the message, passes it into each behavior. Oh, no, that's in behavior that this will happen. This is the way of things. This is the way of chat, Dodds, is all it takes is a mention of some topic, and that may become the topic of discussion, regardless of the content of the actual stream. Let's see. I think Ember is in her spot. Molly is on my footrest. Sherbet is over on the shelf. We don't actually get to see him much. He is usually nearby, but out of sight. Or in limited sight. Sherbet has the same coloration, like the white and kind of tan. But his appearance is much more modeled. Mason has a much more symmetrical look to his fur. Mostly kind of tan on top, white below. Sherbet is kind of splotchy. I know, right, Lore? We offer a chat and we chat with people. Hey there, GX. Welcome. We're chatting and considering how to get our chain of behavior working how we want it to. Okay, so it's not in entity that we actually want. That makes sense. What was I thinking? Okay, so base behavior has a gate. When a behavior handles message, it returns a true or false, whether that should continue or not. Internally, it will then decide what to do here. So in a behavior group, when we handle message, we do want to call base here. What base will do is mark that. SpongeBob quote. Adapted SpongeBob quotes, Dodds. Very nice. I've only encountered most SpongeBob stuff through memes. I have seen some of it. I am based on internet videos and commentary, I'm told that the series has not aged well. Or learning by code exposure. both here and in his own game dev work. Okay. I love the implication of that. The show got better when the creator died, and then it fell off after that. Finally killed that guy off, was holding us back. Okay. Let's check our other behaviors here. Yeah, we aren't calling base. Okay, if we preserve an internal value that is the gate return. So hypothetically, we have like we have a gate return value here. And what that will do is tell us what the gate said last. Then we could handle it within the other handle messages. But that's still not right. I think that's usually the case, Lunar, is that when a series runs long enough, you eventually run into the issue that the reason that it's run so long is that it has a positive result as far as the company is concerned. So any deviation from what the company perceives to be the right way to run that show gets more and more resistance over time. You know, this is one of our flagships. You can't mess with it. You start to get that kind of sacred calf vibe, you know? I feel like people actually already do that to some extent, Tass, with different interpretations. The idea that people in general approach social interaction like 40K technology. Imperial handling of technology in 40K. The idea that it is this inscrutable black box which you must appease for it to do what you want. And I say this because of the prevalence of what would they be called? You know, the guys that think that there is, you know, this one simple trick to get the ladies to like you, kind of folks. You know, these are the folks that say, like, if you approach the machine with the proper incense and the proper chant, then it will always function as you wish. Aren't they like Sigma males now? Because Alpha wasn't cool enough? You do get some fun kind of achieved knowledge, or at least accumulated local knowledge with things. You know, this particular engine, this particular gun has to be treated in this particular way, like this individual machine, or else it doesn't do what you want. Again, that appeasing the machine spirit kind of vibe. Okay, so we load the gate. So unless I have handling in here for how this functions, then it's not going to play nice. If we have an internal function that is to process a message, yes. Okay. Okay, so what this is going to do Yep, I mean, Dodd's, Steamboat Willie, and, Winnie the Pooh without a red shirt have already entered public domain. And those are the individual characters for the most part. There are other elements of Steamboat Willie. And it's slowly happening. I do kind of expect that we're going to see another hard legislative push to extend copyright control, because that is happening. Mickey Mouse is really the driving force, in a simplified fashion, behind problems with IP law right now. And that's that for quite a while, nothing has entered public domain, and that can stagnate development of new materials. This is not to say that we need more, Mickey Mouse, but with horror elements. But we do need the ability to say this social icon, this effectively legendary figure, that new stories can be told. But I don't think we're going to get that unless we see potentially across the world much more progressive people untethered to full corporate interest in positions of power. Anywho, so we're still going to do handle message, I think. That's a nice universal. This is a protected virtual. And we're still going to get the same thing in here. AI runs is a whole other can of worms for IP law. AI approaches the kind of the eternal corrosion of the creative endeavor from the opposite direction. And that's that instead of allowing anybody to touch this material for fear of legal crushing, they say, we can touch whatever we want and you don't need to think to create new stuff. Which, the difficulty is that one prevents the creation of new material based on old material. The other one discourages the creation of new material based on old material. It's you will not generally get new material. You will get reprocessed old material, you know? If we're lucky, we will get a refinement of IP law and a rollback or erosion of copyright law as it stands. It's a fiddly problem, though. We need to change the way that this is interpreted. Okay, no, there we go. True if it was consumed. If the message is consumed, you stop there. We're done with that message. We could do things in different ways, but we need to handle that. Okay, so this will be... I'm going to take a real quick break, folks. I will be right back. And we return. Okay. We got up to move around. So what we're doing here, first we're going to check the gate. If the gate allows us to continue, then we are going to go through process message. If the gate consumes the message, then we won't go through process message and will return true. If the gate does so, the gate can do two things. It can allow process message, and it can consume the message or not. If it doesn't consume the message, we're just returning whatever process message returns. Set this to false initially and return that. So now we need the idea of the gate telling us what the result was. So let's add a ultimately going to be an integer. Let's look at what we did with entity. So in entity, we set up entity category right here. Static class with these values. Lunar, that's kind of what HoloCare does. All of the enemies are derived from the fan base, personae or similar characters. And the idea is that you are saving them in some fashion. So you get little hearts and whatnot when they are removed from play. Despite the fact that it looks like, you're spreading napalm over them. Right now we're using the blobs, but the first enemy set is going to be like that. It is not a matter of killing them. Okay, so we're just going to make a public static, and we're going to use that to have special constants involved here. So that we can refer to them as enemy category dot kind of stuff. But it is going to be a uint. It will never be negative. It would be problematic if it were negative when it's a bit field. Result. One. Two. we can truncate that. If it contains process, then you will run process. If it contains consume, then it will eat the message. A new word for what, Tess? Which part? Trump is an amusing word. It's a very unamusing name lately. But you have the idea of a trump card, a card that is better than another one. So you can trump that is you can beat that kind of thing. You have, I believe it's UK slang for fart as well. And then we have the very annoying name that has largely consumed it. I suspect that's going to be the downfall of that word as a saying or something like that, you know? I mean, I feel like we can do better. Is a nice, safe way to say that without necessitating a understanding of the capability and politics of an individual. I do not disagree with the assertions that you are making based on those names. Not actually going to use this value, as far as nothing outside would use that. This is a stand-in for 0. Keep the curtain drawn, you know? So by default, a gate will do nothing. We're not going to indicate a result from try open. We're just going to handle it here. Then we go into the behavior, and we have process message. This is where we are going to handle this. So we have result. Oh no. That could be nothing. we are creating a behavior, the gate could be nothing. Base catalog. Expected to return it, it can return null. So we are using it. If gate is not equal null. So I already set gate result to nothing. Its suggested completion for this line is set gate result equal to nothing if there's a gate. But why IntelliSense? Actually, is it still IntelliSense, or is that a brand name? Is that like Kleenex? Ah, okay. No, assumed to be a brand name. Given its behavior, I have to assume that there is some sort of pseudo AI in the background of the handling, at least in Visual Studio, at a minimum, because it's making weird assertions that are sometimes based on the local file, but also sometimes kind of out of left field. If a result should be end, equal to gate result.process. There we go. Okay, so then message consumed or to all right. So we get to the end of this and say, if the processing has consumed the message, or if the processing of this message in this behavior consumes the message, then we're going to assume that the message should be consumed. Otherwise, if the gate said you should consume the message, you also consume the message. Since we are potentially going to be setting it to false here, true here, we're going to assume that we should check this one first. These are not expensive checks. I'm just going with the idea that go with the one that doesn't require additional processing first. If this is false, then we're going to do the end and equal here, and then we'll return it. Okay, so handle message for a behavior is no longer virtual. This change that I'm about to make, it will not like. Boop. This one is virtual. All of the handle messages in every behavior needs to be changed to process message. There we go. We're going to do that so that I can find it more easily. So behavior group. Empty behavior will do nothing special. Empty behavior is an explicit does nothing behavior. I should be able to not use that at all. Because this is no longer, like, this is not an abstract class. I don't really need empty behavior. We'll see if we're using it anywhere. In our references, we'll revisit that. Now, since the change to gate isn't currently doing anything, once we have made this change, nothing should change. Messages don't handle message. They are part of the message, okay? Movements are behaviors. So what I'm doing is, again, I have changed the way that message handling works in the behavior flow. We no longer do the handle message in each one. Instead, we will process the message only if the gate allows it. This is going to allow us to do some interesting things. Spawn points are spawn point, targeters are targeters. Okay, this should be all of them. We're going to do a quick check. See if anything explodes. Something exploded. We didn't get our multipliers. changing all of these so that the gate can prevent it from happening. Timers. Yeah. All right. Okay, that is because gate is not returning the right thing. We are saying gate.process is the default thing. All of the gates were eating the messages. Still not right. That's because by default, this is process. Because if there's not a gate, we need to continue with process. Once again, this is programming. Make a change, verify if you blew everything up or not. Those, one of these, one of those, one of these. Oh, it didn't like that. Which one? Ah, because we're calling handle message. We went to periodic collision. That's why. Hey, things are still being removed. Okay. We now have the basis for how gates will work going forward. So instead of ever calling things like try open, we're just going to call into the behaviors. And each gate is going to do that itself. So right here, whenever we do a try open, we're calling into that. Instead, we have that in gate, right? Handle message. Okay. Yeah. Override. It's not yet return. We're really going to primarily be doing this. Result dot By default, this will eat the message. If time left. No. Okay, as long as enough time has passed, this one will open. So when it's copying time to wait, this gate would reset each time. Oops. Increase time left. You up. So this is if time left is less than or equal to 0. So now what this gate will say is as soon as this is available, as soon as enough time has passed, then we will begin processing. This is this is the wait this long before you begin doing this. With the new logic, this will no longer prevent prior values from firing. I may add logic for something called a gate lock, and that is a gate sending out a message that says any gate that receives this message will be locked regardless of what it would normally process. So that is nobody else do anything while this is in play. What I may need to do is have a default dead gate that gets loaded into everything instead of having null checks. Okay, so now we need to go into our behavior. And the behavior, we are just going to go into the behaviors and call handle message. This is process message. This is where... Okay, so the behavior gets handle message. We are going to pass through it and get each one of these. So as far as the behavior is concerned, the gate is being handled here. So an entity, okay. Initialize, build behaviors. Okay. Let's... I changed the names of these so these imports were no longer needed. I do wish Godot would check that when it makes new ones. They would look for them and say, hey, this is an import for something that doesn't exist anymore. I don't need this import. With the current system, I'm not seeing a big performance hit from using GL compatibility, so we're going to keep using that for now. If I need to switch over, I'm going to switch over again. These are a little less obnoxious to look at. The current tiles in use are a little less obnoxious to look at. The gate that I've just adjusted is going to behave very differently. In that, well, it will do additional processing that doesn't really matter because of the way that this works. Base behavior is still going to do as it would, but we're going to make it so that we have two lists of behaviors that we will go through. Every time we encounter a gate after the first behavior, we're going to make a new group. So instead of a queue of behaviors, we are going to change you to a list, and we are going to get rid of the gate list. This will break things. We no longer have a collection of gates. So this is us duplicating the gate collection. We're not going to do that anymore. This is us duplicating the behaviors list. So when we're building the behaviors, we clear out our existing list. It's our base behavior. It's our copy. Process our behaviors for each in added behaviors. Okay, these are the ones that show up later in the line. So right now, our base behavior is getting processed, and we are adding, we're using this as the first one. Eventually, I want to have children of a behavior group be able to have gates the same way. That is, it will build them up accordingly without having to create subgroups. Because what we want to be able to do is lump a set of behaviors and say everything inside this behavior group doesn't happen if the gate chooses to skip. So the gate chooses not to process, but it chooses to not consume the message, which means that whole behavior group doesn't happen that time. But subsequent behavior groups get a chance to do stuff. So we could do things like stop after this long kind of stuff. Failsafe recursion depth. We may need to extend that, but this is an infinite loop baffle here. We should throw an error if recursion depth is greater than 4. Or is greater than or equal to 4. Or whatever max recursion depth is, to prevent us from having too much. That number might need to be much higher based on this. I need to expose this. If it's a behavior group that we're processing, then we tell it to build behaviors. And that its internals would do that. Let's get it to be where it is currently, and then we'll iterate off of that. So we have our existing group that we're not adding anything to. We'll just do that for now. So when we're done processing it, we add a point at which we're done, and we, yeah. So we're going to add here. If it's a behavior group, then we dive in into that behavior group, and we start adding the pieces off of it. I would like behavior groups to behave differently in this scenario. I'd like their behaviors to stay inside of them. but still get lumped together properly. So we might need to move some of this behavior processing inside of the behaviors themselves, because this gets simpler if that's the case. If a behavior contains behaviors, it will have its own subset. Otherwise, when we're processing this, we're just looking for a behavior with a gate that isn't part of a group. We'll fix that eventually. Tell the base behavior to handle its message. We're not going to do anything with the gates. So this is going to change to a while int I is equal to 0. I is less than behaviors count and I plus plus. We don't actually need to do anything in that. This is until we're out of behaviors or we're done processing, or until one of them says we're done with this message. Build. Did we break it? We did. Okay, the first thing we need to do for these, so we clear out behaviors. We're going to say build behaviors out, and we process behavior from there. Continuously add into group in use. Where are we changing group in use, though? Process behaviors group in use only changes based on current group, which is always the group in use, except for when we initially call build behaviors. All right, let's go into our loop here. Okay, we have no behavior count. Let's see here. So we now have a new behavior group. We're going to entirely process the base behavior. If the gate exists, we add that behavior group to it. I think this is where we have a problem. Let's... Okay, we are not newing the behavior group. Okay. Still not right. New group in use. Add that there. Why is this failing later? Okay, let's go into our handle message again. See what we're up to. Behaviors contains nothing. Base behavior is never getting into the behavior list. When we process a behavior, we are adding a copy of the behavior that we pass in. If it's a behavior group, first we iterate over. But why isn't this flowing through? Okay. All of these should have a base behavior. A yarn ball contains 6 things. Get all the way to the end here. Now, behaviors never gets that value added. Hello, Calamity. Welcome. We're debugging. New group in use. We are passing in the behavior to process, the behavior group to process. So the first one is a behavior group. It always is by its current nature. So it is a behavior group. We're making a bullet heaven style game. So fire lots of projectiles all around, keep the monsters off of you, kind of thing. It's a behavior group, so we're going to get the sub-behaviors out. We're going to pass those in. None of those contain gates. So we are going to keep adding it to the current one. I'm using Godot to write this. So I'm coding in C# using Visual Studio, referencing Godot engine. We do have some stuff going on in the Godot engine for some UI structure, some of the packed scenes, some of the resource objects, but anything that I can cleanly do over in the C# side is happening there. So behavior, we add the behavior here. And then we pass up group in use again. When we do this, is behavior ever getting into it? Eventually, behavior will get in here. Loading. This now has one behavior, a lifespan. So pop back up. Our sub behavior is still a lifespan. Group in use now has 2 in it. All the way out to here. Group in use has 6 things. We store that off in the base behavior. I've actually found Godot easier to use for the way that I code than Unity. There's some stuff to get used to, but once you get rolling with it, it's pretty straightforward. If you're making a very simple game, Godot will get you on the ground running very quickly. Found it less confusing going into it, and then after that, I think I know where we're having a problem. Use should already have been added. Using GD script is optional. I actually have no GD script in the process right now. Everything is a C# reference if it has one. So in the core scene, this script right here is core.cs. So it extends Node, I can run it. And because it extends Node, I have access to things like ready and on exit tree, that kind of stuff. Input handling stuff. You can get all of that in place. But you need to do there is very little that you need to do on the Godot side. So here we're going to do behaviors dot add that. We're restructuring some of our event flow right now. So we're dealing with some of the guts of the code. There we go. Okay, we are still not processing the player input. Which is strange. But not really. Because once a entity is added, we need to do its build behaviors. But the player is never set up that way. The player is never emitted as if it were a weapon or a spawner. State, add the player state. We call into load player, which we need base player state. So we get an entity from the catalog. We set the player. We add the player. In this case, we're lining it up. So if we do dot go empty list. There we go. In, loaded, in, loaded, in, loaded, in. So, Bullet Heaven style game. Gimmick of this game is going to be this right here. UI still needs tweaking. I like this circuit that I've created. I don't know that I'm going to use it here because it is very noisy. But adding or removing these modules from this makes the weapon behave differently. If you're familiar with games like Noida, Magicraft, Bioprototype, many others, then it's in a left to right flow, it handles these. So shortly after coming into existence, it will begin firing 3 projectiles at a time. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Each of those projectiles splits into 3, then each of those into 3, then each of those into 3. And the projectile will blow up on impact. It blows up on impact after it is done with its lifespan on impact. When a bullet bounces, it does not count as a final impact, as if that collision killed it. We do still get some multi-collisions which need to be worked out. but we'll see how that goes. Let's test a gate. That's not right at all. Why did they suddenly speed up with the addition of a gate? Because this should say, until 3 seconds pass, this is not allowed. What that implies is that the base behaviors are happening again. Huh. Okay, so gate logic is still not working, but we're a little further along in that regard. We're a little further along. Hey there, sharpshooter. All right, let's look at our construction logic once more. It's in our entity. We're not going to process the behavior for the base. */ Any advice on game dev? Having a general idea for your game and then determining what your core flow is. That is, what do you do? What does the player do? What is the core flow? So, you know, I load into the game, I press start, I go to a menu, I start playing. What is the next step? You know, monsters attack and the player shoots at them. Once you've got that basic flow in mind, you can start to refine that. But if you approach it as figuring out what the player does and how the game progresses step by step, you have an idea of what you're trying to accomplish. In this particular case, one of the core elements is that weapon build. Yeah, it's don't try to paint on new layers until you have that basic skeleton for your current step ready to go. Okay, that broke again. So we still need to process behavior. So I revisit stuff a lot, and it's usually because things aren't flowing the way they're supposed to. Like in the gameplay, this is supposed to happen. This is what you're supposed to do. Otherwise, earlier steps are things like deciding what you're going to code in, deciding what engine you're going to use. Sometimes that decision is, I just want to learn to do that. Sometimes that decision is, I know this tool is easy to use for what I want to accomplish. If you are making like a text-based visual novel, Unreal Engine is probably not where you want to start. There are much easier tools. And do not be, again, assuming you're not trying to learn to use that tool specifically, don't be put off by commentary about that tool as far as that's not real programming or something like that. All of them do their own thing and all of them are good at it. Have I ever tried making a game engine? Kinda. Generally, game engines are ways to capture input and display things on the screen, uh, as well as the sort of backbone flow. I would strongly recommend against doing that unless you have a really, really good reason to do it, because that's kind of the most complicated thing you could do as far as making a game. Yeah, those tools are out there. There's instructions on how to use those tools. If you don't need something special, then run with what you've got. I mentioned Noida before. That one has a custom game engine because what it does is not handled in any of the existing ones. None of the existing ones are set up to make it so every pixel has its own individual physics in a way. That's right, Laura. It's if I want to take a drive, and I have cars available to me, I don't need to build a car in order to go on that drive. And in a similar vein, if I have the option between a jet and a car, but it's a 2-minute drive, probably shouldn't try to get in the jet. So we load up the current group in use. Okay. We are going to say that. If we make a new group in use here, so we have a behavior group, we're not going to add that stuff in. We're going to add the base behavior in instead of processing it immediately. We're still going to add group in use, but we're also going to add the base behavior as is. Okay, still not working. I will be right back. Quick break. And I'm back. Hey there, Boom. Okay. Let's get to the end of build behavior and see what results based on the entity we're dealing with. Because I am definitely getting some duplication. Yes, Calamity. I am streaming on two different streams on YouTube, as well as one stream on Twitch. I stream in multiple formats and platforms so that people can kind of watch where they are. All right, this one is what? Okay, this is our yarn ball. This is the one where we can see our problem in play. So we check our behaviors. There are two sets. There should not be. But everything is here. Okay. There is an empty collection, but that's okay. Nothing will happen. That is for future cleanup. Now we need to go into the entity's behavior set. It is handle message. Oh. Okay. Behaviors. I was calling base behavior multiple times. There we go. Oops. What I was saying is, for every behavior in the behavior chain that you have created, call the first behavior over and over. Which is not right. Just make sure they all work. Turn off the explosions. Snake pattern here. Yeah. Okay, so then okay, they're never firing their after gate logic. Wait, no, there they are. Yep. Now, the important thing here is that the wave pattern is still happening on them. This is a difference from what we had before, is that the wave pattern would have gone away after 3 seconds. But it's staying now because this doesn't consume everything before it. So yeah, I need to restructure the full kind of behavior creation flow in order to get it working how we want. What we want to have happen is that so I take the base behaviors and I take all the added behaviors. I want to iterate over each of those as a collection in and of itself. If it is a base behavior, if it is a behavior group, then we want to take that and restructure it such that everything inside it gets the same treatment as we are currently doing. Behavior groups. Let's process the behavior on the behavior group here. Entity. Build behaviors. Okay. We should be able to do this. Like so. We add that, and then we say group in use is nude again. Maybe there, is it Nobre? Nobre? But either way, welcome. We're in the midst of restructuring how our behavior chains are generated for our weapons and other objects. Nobre, okay. That makes sense. Okay, we've got those working. Really are going to need is a test case for this where we have layered behavior groups, because we are not splitting the behavior off into subsets. We can still do this same thing that we're doing, where each one gets loaded in until we get a gate. But we don't want to have... Yeah. So when we're creating a new behavior group for it, elements of the lore are, to some extent, there are some elements that are known to people that have been or have seen the channel for a long time, but the core behavior of the game, the core gameplay is you have a little robot that goes out and has to mechanically defend itself as it moves along, and will get tools to accomplish that. In a more understandable way, you fire bullets all around you and try to keep things from touching you. The actual gimmick of it is these customizable weapons. None of that is happening. Dang it. Process the behaviors into the base behavior. We take the base behavior and feed it in. So we loop until the entity is the yarn ball. This is the player. is behaviors, has a behavior group. It has all the base behaviors for the yarn ball. So we're going to freeze that. Go here. Okay, so the new weapon has been set up. Huh. I know there are ways to publicly subscribe on YouTube. Is that what you are referring to? Okay, once again, we have 6 things. Our added behaviors contain 4 things. So group in use contains 1 thing. I'm going to run to here. So now we look at our behaviors collection here. And it only contains 1 thing. Because group in use is never added to the collection in this fashion. Because there isn't a gate ever. And because there's never a gate, it's not stuffed in. This only works when a gate is detected inside of this flow. Yeah, this whole iteration needs to be adjusted. Coding is an iterative process, no brain. Okay, that's why is that it's never being added. Right now, a behavior group is the only thing we've got. So this is not really what we would do otherwise, but after we have done all of the processing for that group, we're going to say behaviors.add group in use. I used to do a lot of back-end stuff. Okay, that's flowing now, but this is not really what we want to do. There are multiple stages to this. We have the base behavior, which we're going to load as it is. We still need to process it because each of those elements to it might need to be flattened out. But the base behavior is still as it is. So right now we're processing it, we're adding it in. Then for each of these now, we create a group in use and we iterate over them until we get to the very end when we add them in. This is to deal with the very last collection, because we don't add it until we get to another gate. Okay, so let's run that again. Let's get the 3-second gate in there and verify that that's working. Three and wait and 3 more. Let's do. All right, this is not firing. We are getting we're not getting these 3. We're getting some of this. Okay. Cough, cough. Thanks, Nobre, and good luck on your studying. All right, we should get a build weapon after this. Behaviors has 3. This one has an empty in 2 spreads. Yep. Okay. Then an empty in 2 spreads. Gets added twice. It's because it does encounter a gate, and then the next time around it should encounter subsequence. This is getting added twice. But it doesn't seem to reflect that. Yeah, we're not getting a second split. If we take you out, though, it's functional. Let's see. Each time we're adding the group in use as soon as it's created. So it's possible that this doesn't get any use at all. So we feed base behavior into group in use. And we add that in. We're going to not new it. So it is already in the collection. Then we go in here. As soon as we detect that a behavior has a gate, we're going to make a new group. Then we're going to iterate over that group and add its behaviors in. So we'll get that out of the way. We're going to run to the end of that after we get in and we start changing a weapon. You into you into you. Set that. Tab. That's the blob. Here's our yarn ball. We're getting empty behaviors. Okay, no, this is still okay. We need this behaviors. Okay, this one has a spread. And this one still encounters an empty and a spread. I don't know why we're getting empties at the beginning. We need to work on that. Empty behaviors do nothing with their logic, so they should be using whatever a base behavior does when it handles a message. By default, the gate result is to process whatever it has, and that the message is not consumed. Process message, by default, does nothing. So the flow for an empty behavior when it handles a message should be, it's not being consumed. There is no gate. So we do process it. We call process message, it returns false. So we should get false or false, so return false. That is functioning. Why there is some issue. We are getting an empty behavior somehow. Do it that way. Yarn ball. Behaviors only has one now. As a spread. Weird. Yeah, no follow-up now. Oh, okay. This is the empty. Gate test is on an empty. This doesn't flow as I'd want it to, though. Because this can eat the message or not. All this is going to accomplish is it would block getting to here, and then it would let it flow. It does not pull everything into the group. Because ultimately what we want to do is have a flat progression of left to right with behavior groups treated separately. So a behavior group gets reconstructed based on its own behaviors. So we take that behavior group, we pull its behaviors out, and we make a new one that follows these rules. But dealing with internal gates is going to be a tricky part. Because the gate ends up being on the behavior group, but the logic of the behavior gets moved inside. So we would be creating a copy that lacks the gate, moving that gate to the behavior group. Okay. So we have a gate. This behavior is not a behavior group. It's going to get added directly. And we're copying that behavior right here. So it has a gate. No matter what, we're going to create this copy and we're going to null its behavior, its gate. This behavior cannot have a gate when it's added in. Equal to this. We null its gate. Then we add copy behavior in. This is okay for now. Copy the behavior gate as a gate. Hey, thank you. Is it Tanoshiro or is it Kiki? I've recently encountered some folks where, much like the last part of my name, the first part of their name is more of a title or a descriptor. Okay, those are functioning. All right, let's do a wait 3. Okay, the rest of them are not functioning. That off. Emits properly, put that back. We go into our process behavior. Run to the end here. Okay. So this should be the yarn ball. It's 2 behavior sets. And it has a timer gate. So if we look at behavior groups, for those new to the channel, there isn't an expectation that you know anything about Godot, game development, C# code, anything like that. The streams are generally a combination of me coding and debugging, all of us chatting about whatever. And yeah, it's if you want to chat about the code, about the game, feel free to do so. If you want to chat about something else, that's fine too. We do get derailed. Okay, so we have all of that in place. That does have a wait 3 gate on it. So then when we are going into the entity's behavior, when we're getting a handle message, Sky is kind of a sleepy old man until he wants to make trouble. He will come over and sit on my lap or demand chin scratches periodically. Sometimes he wants a hug. But here, let's... generally, I don't get any that are bitey demanding. Where is... So Molly's sitting on my feet. I don't see... Okay, Ember is hanging out kind of below the play area cam. Sky is near my mouse. Sammy and Mason are on the bed visible. So we know where Molly is. We don't see where Sherbet is. Pretty sure that's Mason. Yeah, that's Mason on the bed. And we know where Ember is. So most of them are accounted for. Camera 1 is flaking out, but that's normal. Now, my cats are generally mellow unless they want direct attention. Though Molly is kind of a... Molly has a lot of kitten energy troublemaker to her. She still likes to pull on stuff just for fun. Sky pulls on stuff because he wants something and I haven't noticed. Here. Hey, this is the player. I don't care about the player. Yarn ball. I see you've swung over to the Twitch side as well there, Tanashiro. Molly is less food motivated. She is interested in food, but she doesn't get obnoxious about food. Sky will get obnoxious about food if he's hungry. Okay, let's see here. The entity is that way. It has 2 behavior groups. One of them has our triple spread. And one of them has our actual movements. The empty behavior is the remnants of the gate, the special gate handler I have. So we're going to go into handle message here. And we're going to run until we have a gate. Well, thank you. And thank you for swinging by. So I don't have a Twitch follow message. I do for like subs and whatnot on YouTube, but I currently don't have a pop-up for that, I think. Unless I do. Do I? I didn't think I did. All of my alerts are custom. You know, I haven't thought about that, but I probably will add that. What is that crown thingy? Ah, okay. YouTube has started adding like a competitive chat kind of thing. It is a questionable thing to add, but I'm guessing that's because you are one of the most frequent chatters or viewers or something like that. Hey there, Hendry. Okay, so this is our timer gate. Timer gate gets a gate result of 2. Gate result of 2 is consume message. Yes. But yeah, Tanashira, I may add an alert in for follow / YouTube sub, you know, Twitch follow, YouTube sub, just because I just haven't coded it in yet. Day's been going pretty good there, Hendry. Yeah, the general concern with that feature is that it might promote just people being spammy, not actually chatting, you know? Okay, so that one eats the message. So we skip over that, and message consumed becomes true. So we eat that message. We get back out here. And we hop out. Okay. So here we have another gate result. This time it is 1. So this time we're processing. We are not eating the message. We are not eating the message. Okay, so at least 1 gate fired. But we're only getting 1 split into 3. When there should be 2. Sorry, there should be 3 here. That should be a massive split into 3. Full starburst kind of vibe. So we process the first event. Okay, we get in here. Intensive debugging at the moment. We are trying to restructure how gates are handled, and something's not working. We just... No, that should still be fine. Okay. So... add you... When something gets added, there's like a prep message that gets fired through. So that's why we're seeing that break happen. Okay, 2 is eat the message. We're going to let that run. Okay, we are starting to get some that won't eat the message now. We accidentally tabbed there. Okay, this is a gate result. Okay, so process message. This is a behavior group. So we're going to step into process message. Then each of these is going to have handle message called on it. Here's our empty behavior. There's our spread. Wait a minute. Okay, no, that got a 1. Gate result will exist. This is another spread event. Can't have spawned, though. Are we getting duplicates? Okay, there's something about how we're creating the list of entities. I'm sorry, the list of behaviors where we're not creating them properly. I think we're getting... So when we process it, we should get a whole new collection. So we make a whole new behavior. New group in use. We add that. We add this to the set of behaviors. Assuming we don't get a group, and we don't have a group right now, I'm going to iterate over each of them. We're going to create a copy. We null its gate, because if we get all the way here, right. If we get all the way here, we have created a group behavior group. It's not right, though. If it was a behavior group, we would have gotten here. This isn't quite right. But it should still work. If a behavior group has a gate, then things get weird. But where are we losing this in the copy? So if I look at multiplier spread, when it gets duplicated, it does copy its has spawned. But we shouldn't be getting new ones like that. That has spawned should not have been able to fire until the gate opened. Just verify that we're never calling try open. Behavior. So behavior is an iCatalogable. It can have a gate object. It has a category that just defines which subgroup it's in. It is a behavior. Do I even use these anymore? I'll have to find out. When we duplicate it, we duplicate the base. Yeah. We'll make a new behavior, we copy the gate. There are other things that will be copied with the subsequent behaviors. Logic if we need to rotate it. We get a message coming in. We don't consume the message until we determine that, and by default we will handle it. We ask the gate if we should continue. If we should continue, if we should process, we process it. And then if either the processing or the gate said to eat the message, we eat the message. And unless overridden, processing says don't eat the message. It is weird. Base catalog copy. Oh, I'm sorry. In behaviors copy, we have a copy constructor here. What catalog copy does, so we get the key, or we get the object here. We have a catalogable result. We're going to instantiate a copy of it, which in which we do this little bit of sorcery. So we are passing a something in. So in this case, we're copying a... Is it? We have an iCatalogable. It will be whatever the type that we pass in. So we are going to tell C#, I want whatever that is. I could pass the T in there, but whatever that thing that you're telling me to copy is, and where to put. Let's see here. I'm sorry. No, we're saying this is the type and this is the object. So we create an instance from it, and we pass this parameter into the constructor. So we create that copy, we return the copy. During the constructor, what the behavior will do is it'll call the basics on iCatalogable. Then, if there is a value to copy, we will cast that copy to a behavior. Epigraph, I'm doing well. The cat you can see is Sky. Let's do a head count here. Let's see how many we can spot. Molly, one of them is on my footrest, so you won't be able to see her. Sherbet is still off camera somewhere. Sherbet is in my footrest. We have Sammy and Mason on the bed. Ember across from the keyboard, and Sky beside the mouse. Yep. We have many kitty present. Okay. And during the copy, the big thing that a base behavior does is it duplicates the gate. In a spread, it takes... I still need to rename these because some of these are not... Well, it's in a constructor. When it's in a constructor, the same thing can access the protected members. Anywho. So when we're duplicating a spread one, we will keep the fact that it has already spawned. And that's okay. The question is, when we get into handle message for the entity, let's run this and see what our actual flow is. Working on a game right now. In particular, we're debugging something that isn't working. Okay, we have a 5 spread, and that 5 spread... Why is it mocking me by working? Okay, that time it's not working. Okay, so I have a burst into a 4 spread. This should be massive, but it's not. If I have a burst into a 3 spread, that's working. And then when it splits again, only one of these is processing. Yes, Epigraph, it is a Vampire Survivors-like. But if we take the burst off and we just have a 5 spread, we wait for some of these to go away so we can see again. Something is breaking down. This is not a 5 spread. Or this is not by itself the behavior of a 5 spread. Okay. Recursion depth says don't go any deeper than this. So whenever we encounter a behavior group, like a cluster of behaviors, which isn't really in that, so each time we call this function, we call in with recursion depth, +1. So it starts out as 0 by default. Each time we call into this, we add 1 to it. What that does is it stops us from processing any further after that point. It's meant to stop an infinite loop where if I have, or it processing too long, this really should never come up. And in practice, it's never coming up because this never gets past like 1. So we have to encounter a behavior group inside a behavior group, inside a behavior group, inside of a behavior group, in order for this to trigger. I think actually inside a behavior group one more time. Once you get that deep, it says, okay, we're not going any deeper. We will ignore behavior groups going forward. Potentially a bit over-engineered right now, but like I said, we shouldn't be able to get there. Yes, you can only incept so far before it's like, nope, we're done. What we're doing right here, and why it's called recursion depth, this is recursion. This is a function calling itself. That is very dangerous. It is easy to get an infinite loop that does terrible things then. Okay, where are we having the problem? Duplicate the behavior there. New group in use. We're looking for places where we aren't duplicating properly. This is where the recursion will stop. Because it checks to see if recursion depth is too far. I could add this further up and just have a if return, but I like to avoid mid-function returns. They can create unexpected behavior. Wait. Yeah. Okay. So if we encounter a behavior group and we're already past our limit on recursion, then we will proceed. This is where we do recursion +1. If we recurse, we pass in 1 more than we had. So we're never permanently incrementing this. We're just passing a number. As we clear behaviors here, everything that was in it is gone. And we're copying the contents of base behavior into it. Run. Pause. Go here. This is just a fail-safe when we're building it, because we are creating an entity to copy. Oops. Yeah. We have no gate. We are looking at a behavior group right now. This is the group we're passing in. This is the behavior we're looking at. We're looking at base behavior. So for reference, recursion depth is 0 right now. We're heading into this part here where we have a behavior group. We're going to iterate over each of its sub-behaviors, and we're going to call in with recursion depth plus 1. So if I go into this, recursion depth is now 1. If I do that 3 more times, we're going to bail out. No worries, Apograph. The chat during this streams is chat. It is not help Newt code. It is not you have to know about the code. Just chat about whatever you like. If it's the code, then you chat about the code. If not, whatever. If you just want to listen, that's fine too. Lurking is permitted. But getting stumped and having to kind of bash your face against code for a while is part of the process. I have not played Roblox. Again, kind of after my time. And I think I looked at one of the Five Nights at Freddy's games, but I'm not really a fan of the way they work. Now, I like some games that operate similarly. I like things like Observation Duty. That is correct, Lunar. Sometimes just asking a question or changing topics can result in a new way of looking at the problem. Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so we're creating a copy of the lifespan. We clear its gate. No matter what, there will not be a gate on the copy. And we add the behaviors to the behavior group that we're working with. Okay. I kind of feel the same way, Apograph. Frankly, if for no other reason than I feel like they've run the length of the sequels that they possibly can. I know there's a lot of hype of lore and whatnot, but the actual games have not progressed. Yeah, Get a copy of that behavior. We return the current group in use, which is our list to keep using. Which means we'll then pass in. We're back up to the 0 layer. Look at our locals. We're going to step out of this. So this is our base behavior group. Step over this. Now our behaviors in our entity now contains one item with all the base behaviors in it. Our group in use is still this same behavior group. Wish I could identify it, but okay, so now we're going to look at added behaviors, which has a burst, a spread, a gate, a wait gate there, and then 2 more spreads. So we're going to go through each one of these, and we're going to pass in the group in use. Now, the burst in the spread should become part of the base behavior. Base behavior is equal to group in use. We took this out, and I'm wondering if that's part of our problem. Why it would be part of the problem, I'm not sure, but if it works, I might be able to puzzle through it. Okay, burst, spread, or sorry, not burst, we're going to do spread into spread, spread. So 5 into 5 more. Okay, that's working. Add a burst. Okay, second one is still wrong. Second one is still wrong. How long have I been coding? Coding in general, I have been for many years. This project, this is our 127th stream. And each stream is usually about 3 hours, sometimes a little longer. I do some coding offline as well, but that should give you an idea. If I were doing this more intensively, I could probably produce more results, but it's part of the content. It startled Molly. Okay. Why are we only getting 1 on the second spread? Okay, we're going to do this again. We're going to take the gate out. Build all the weapons. And that got out of control. Okay, there is some sort of choke in this happening. I mean, that's a big out of control there, but okay. This should be burst of 3 into what looks like a 5 spread. Add a gate. Pull that off there so we can see it a little better. Okay, so added behaviors will have these 5 now. A burst, a spread, a gate, a spread, a spread. So we step over this first one, and now if we look for base behavior, that has 7 now. That's not right. So base behavior is increasing in size each time. So doing this is potentially a problem, because added behaviors will stay consistent with what it does. So I think that's where we're getting the breakdown, is I'm having extra 1s get processed each time. Yeah. No. Lifespan, health, own health, move, rotate, then bounce. We have burst and spread. That's because its original is being cloned. That's okay then. This doesn't change anything. Multiplier spread. Per a conversation that was had, I need to go into some of these where the amount matters and make sure that they are decimals instead of doubles to get more precision out of these, because I don't want some of these having rounding errors like that. It's initialized, but it hasn't spawned. Okay. Should all have similar arc degrees. Okay, we're going to go into our handle message here next. Player, we don't care about the player. This is a yarn ball. Behavior group. Start. That. Run. Player player. All right, we need a better debug here. Get type is player entity. Iont int first into gate into that. Okay, so this is, that's a blob. Blob. Okay, we need and not. And not mask equals to 1. We are just trying to get our bullets here. This is, it's not the player, and it's not a, actually, we could simplify that, but we're not going to. This should only be, is it a bullet? Okay. Does not equal 1. It's not the player, it's not an enemy. Effectively, that's saying it's not the player, and it's not an object that collides with the player. And enemies are the only ones that collide with the player right now. Oh, excuse me. Couldn't mute fast enough. Behavior list has 2. There is the base behavior list, which includes a burst and a spread. The spread has not spawned. And the second contains 2 spreads and the gate behavior. Not spawned. Not spawned. It's a bullet explosion, which is the one that's centered right on the player. Now here's another tick for them. Okay, this spread has spawned. The second ones should not have spawned yet. Wait, how have those initialized? Shouldn't have initialized already. Oh, no. Okay. It's no matter what message they get, and the prep message would have come through. If we do that on a multiplier spread, this is a... Yeah, the weapon initialize message is coming through. Oh. Gate. Once again, virtual. Which is weapon initialize message. Entity message. And result. Process, return the gate result. Result is equal to that. And by default, it returns process. Now we go into each one of the gates. When a gate runs, it's going to alter all of its content to match. It should be okay, but I want to make sure this happens. We should not be eating a weapon initialize message because the gate won't let it. That could result in problems when we're setting them up, unless I'm doing this extraneously. So drop build entity template. Okay, no, we are firing a weapon initialize message on each of the behaviors that we're feeding through. Okay, we don't need to do that. But I think we still should, because this will still get eaten by a gate that's on it. If that behavior has a gate, this would be a problem. So we should still do that. Gate, this is not virtual, which means the other gates need to be fixed. Protected, it should be protected in gate as well. That, then in timer gate, override. Collision gate. Collision gate doesn't do any of that currently. Collision gate needs to be updated fully. Did override process message. The result. This is a gate result dot consume. If it's a collision message, then now this one might become a skip in that it would be process and that it doesn't consume by default. Okay. Repos folder open again. Data. Okay. Mac. Data. Yeah. Spawn list level 1. Okay, that's right. Spawn list. You get rid of you. Wonder what will happen if I do it that way. Let's find out. Oops. The JSON handling. Add to catalog of spawn list 01. It contains commas. That's why. The answer to my question was it will break if I do it like that. But if I get rid of you, got rid of the spawns here. Okay, just with this, after the gate, it is leading to that problem. All right, Epigraph. Thank you for swinging through. Time passed message. This particular gate cares about that. Hey. Okay, no, there's some in the air. That's why. Should be 2. Yeah. Okay, so this was the gate got processed. So we jump up here. We're looking at behaviors again. Wait a minute. It's behavior group. This one's behaviors. Here's lifespan. Okay. We iterate over each of the behaviors in a behavior group, and if the message is handled, then we stop. The behavior group wouldn't get this far because it's the handle message in raw behavior would gate it and prevent it from getting that message. All right. Debug code there. Is it? Where did I graft that code in? Is in the entity, in the handle message. Let's get that out of there, so I don't forget and leave some debugging code in. Should be else. So we pass that to each one of them. If this returns consumed, then that result not will be false, which will kill this, which will break out of the loop. So we'll stop handling those behaviors. Handing it down the chain each time. Why is it that after the gate, our subsequent behaviors are failing? It varies the actual gate that we're dealing with. Whenever it gets a time passed message, it will decrement a number. And once that number reaches 0 or less, the gate opens, essentially. Otherwise, it will eat the message every time. So we have time left. If time is passing and we have time left, if we don't have time left, the gate is open. If time is passing, then we're going to decrement the time left by the time that is passed, our delta. And then if we have reached less than or equal to 0, we're going to say process it, don't eat the message. And then we return that. This doesn't do anything anymore. Back in behavior. What I meant to do. Okay. This is, if we get to a point where the gate opens, I want to look at its siblings. I want to see what state they're in. Okay, so now we're going to put a gate. What? What? So weapon initialized message. Empty behavior. This is in... How did this fire during a weapon initialize? I mean, it shouldn't matter because we won't have time pass, so nothing else will go through. As long as it's a weapon initialized message, we're fine. It's a hassle, but it's fine. Burst in 3. We don't need, as long as we've got that burst in there. Seems to be part of the problem. Okay, we have a time passed. Here's our gate. Step out of view. And here's our... Let's continue. We're going to stop that. Escape, start, pause. Burst into double split. Set U equal to true. First thing is going to be... Okay, so we got past a gate. This should be in our behavior. This is our behavior group that contains the rest of them. So we get to here, and we're going to process the message. All right, so we're going to look at our behaviors. Has not spawned, has not spawned. So one of these is going to fire. Both of these are going to fire real quick here. So the first behavior that we've got is the empty behavior. So I is currently 0. We're going to get empty behavior. Nothing will happen here. So our 2 spawners haven't spawned yet. Increment I, message isn't handled. Fire 1. Spawner 1 spawned. Spawner 2 still hasn't spawned. So this again is going to take the first one, and it's going to result in that first one Is that our problem? That might be our problem. Timer gate. Okay, let's look at timer gate. I'd have to look at its prior instance here. We set the time to wait, which should mirror it out. Dot. Let me just see this real quick. I changed the way that the gates behave intrinsically here. Gate. Split, split first. That was the problem. Okay, let me speak through this here. Bugging code out of there. Previously, a lot of them were relying on is open and try open, where they would check, is it open or not? But that don't do nothing anymore. In fact, we can just get rid of you. In changing that, though, here in timer gate, we're no longer setting, when we process a message, whether the gate is open or closed. We're not checking that anymore. Instead, we're checking the conditions of whether it should be open or not. We're declaring that on the fly, which means I need to persist the time left value. If I duplicate this behavior, its time left needs to be duplicated as well. If I only duplicate the time to wait, the timer gets reset in the child objects. So the left and right of a 3 spread now have to wait 3 seconds before they split again, because their gate reset. So let's run the whole test here. Split into 3, split into 3, into 3 with a burst, and another 3, and there. 1, 2, 3. Many burst. And they will continue their wiggling afterwards, because timer gate just goes away. Effectively, its gate ceases to matter as soon as it opens. But we're not locking any prior behaviors. Very twisty here. Let the rest of them fade so I can see the rest of the pattern here. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Where are we at now? Yay. Yeah, I think we're going to wrap up for the day. We've made some progress. Do need to do more cleanup on some of the timer gate here. I need to figure out how I want to mark this because I want to... with this the way it is, I'm no longer replicating that. Time to wait and time left should be equal to its counterpart. No, that should be fine. Time left should be something that we can expose as public. Because of the hands-off nature of most of these objects, I'm less concerned about some of these values being exposed, because other things don't know that this is a timer gate. It's not like something would arbitrarily reach in, and if I write code to do that, that's on me. So yeah, let's get our commit in here. We're going to discard that change. Put the enemy spawn back. Change here. Hey, Gnomable. Welcome. We are... I definitely appreciate the raid. I really do. We are just wrapping up at the moment. What we did today was to alter some of our base behaviors. Let me show you folks that can see what's going on because... Okay, we haven't started an ad yet. In any event, welcome Gnomable and Raiders. Today, we changed how our gate flow works. Oops. It will help me to show you if I don't immediately exit the game. Loading, start. Okay. Previously... if I put this gate here, then any behavior that happened before the gate fired would stop. So if I... burst won't matter, split won't matter, but... okay. So let's actually... so we have wavy pattern, and then we'll split into 3. Previously, a timer gate would cause any prior behavior that wasn't part of the base to stop. Now that wavy behavior is going to continue after we get our split into 3. So we still get our little wave behavior. As far as what the game is like, or where we're headed, this is kind of where we're headed. Let's actually just... let it go bonkers. So we have modular weaponry that we're setting up. Based on which power-ups you get, combined with which weapons, you get different results. So here is our... we have move in a wavy pattern, fire 3 at a time, like 1, 2, 3... and then each of those bullets splits into 3 times. So we get 27 bullets 3 times a second that spiral out but also move in a wavy pattern. That is giving us this behavior right here. If I remove the wavy pattern, we just have our spiral out. We get these little arcs. I can put in a zigzag pattern, which will make things much different. So zigzag pattern is a 90-degree arc with a hard left-right tick. So minus 45 degrees, plus 45 degrees, back and forth and back and forth. So we can see I've almost got like a sun pattern going here, like a sunflower. That's the idea, Gnomable. That's what we want to shoot for, is twofold. Is one, when you get all of the right combos together, that things go crazy. Things go really crazy when you get it right. So let's do 81 3 times a second. The game's going to slow down a whole lot here because for the most part we have about, let's wait for the numbers to stabilize. Let's say about 2,400 things active, mostly on the screen right now. It may not look like a bunch of them, but there's a bunch of them. They overlap a lot. We can make this even weirder if we do a random direction. This will really scramble the pattern. But you can much more see the 81 3 times a second happening right now. But we're still getting 6 frames a second with that many things. Let's make it worse. Every second, every yarn ball will emit the explosion object instead of the explosion object happening on me. So we're breaching 3,000 objects, but we're still getting more than 1 frame per second. What I call this is a calamity case. This is where the game is pushed to its limits, and it's not expected to be part of every run of normal play. But we want this to be possible. I don't want the game to hard crash when this happens. Ooh, 4,700 objects. At 2 frames a second. Yeah, sadly we get a lot of the ads at just the wrong moment. So we'll let it keep exploding for just a moment. How can we make this worse? I mean, this is really about as bad as it gets. Oh, let's speed them up. Instead of zigzagging, we'll make them spiral in. And we'll clear the explosions for a moment. Yeah, ads happen about on the hour, depending on exactly when I start. I figure that's better than everybody that comes in has to watch an ad. So we made them move very erratically. If we make fewer of them here, you'll be able to see more of what's actually happening. Numbers will start dying down soon. Welcome back. So the explosions was the far calamity case. We had about 4,500 things, mostly on the screen at a time. Game still runs at more than 1 frames per second. Now, I don't mind if it drops below 1. If it drops below 1, that's okay. That is, if nothing else, a nod back to the origins of some of the visuals that you'll see on this stream and in the game. Back in the days of our Noida mod, where one of our goals was to achieve seconds per frame. Actually, minutes per frame was generally the goal. Not too many minutes. If you get too many minutes, it just freezes. But like right now, there's 275 things in the world most of the time. And we're getting over 1,000 game physics frames per second. That's excellent. So once again, let's break it. This is, yeah, we'll put wavy pattern. Move in a sine curve 3 times per second, split into 3 4 times, so 81 objects 3 times a second. They move towards a random enemy, and every second they will emit an explosion. And the game starts to slow to a crawl. But again, this is okay. For one, that's a whole 3 frames a second that we're still processing. For all of this to happen when there's 4,700 things mostly on the screen. Yeah, there's further like visual refinements and what not that we want to do. But the thing that we worked on today was a gate and changing how gates work. So this icon here is technically not the right icon. It is not something that would exist in the actual game as it is. This says wait 3 seconds. So the bullet will leave, it will start moving in a sine wave, it will fire 3 times per second, and it will split into 3 in those initial moments. Then, after 3 seconds, it will split into 3 2 more times, start tracking an enemy, and start exploding. So we are going to see the frames start to restore as objects start to die off. The bullets last about 10-ish seconds, last I checked or recall. So fading, fading, fading. Let's drop back and show that from a clean slate, so that you can see it happen before it goes nuts. Okay, wavy pattern, spreads out, these spread out. So you can see 2 points of origin. You have right on the player, and then you have these 3 points down here. If you can see the mouse amidst the mayhem. But you have 3 points further out where things start to behave differently. And we could put a zigzag pattern in there to make it real weird. You'll see these weird, almost like sawtooth patterns forming. But we have a lot of behaviors planned. Most of the things that we have right now are kind of atomic level. These are usually not what they would be by themselves. So this is just burst 3. Any sort of multiplier is something that is going to be paired with something else in it and or a gate. So if I'm going to split into 3, it's going to take a moment to split into 3. If I'm going to burst, there will be something else in there. Not because we want like a hard cost mechanic, but we want to acknowledge that multipliers are really good. Like really, really good. Like just this. This is just 81 projectiles per second with no modification to it. Like, this is really, really effective. So those by themselves are fantastic. And we limit them mostly to limit the amount of time that these multiple projectiles live, because otherwise the game will go to an immediate crawl. because you have 10 seconds of 81 per second with just one weapon. But I can also increase coverage by doing things like increasing the speed. Or adding some other element, like making it explode after the projectile finishes all its bouncing and piercing. Or I can add homing to it. So each of the projectiles, it's behaving oddly when they launch initially because you have a composite of the motion. The yarn balls emit and they want to spiral outward from the player. Then a separate force is added to the yarn balls to say, move towards an enemy. Sometimes that move towards an enemy will be at odds with the spiral that is happening. If we want to have a little bit more fun, I can change that just a moment. Where is it? It's a movement type. And let's see, move, rotate out. Currently has a big wide radius that it'll take about 2 seconds to reach. If instead we tighten that down to 192. If you did homing and then, well, kind of lunar. If the spiral has a lock on to a creature, it will try to spiral around that one. So right now they're set to spiral around the player. So you see how they're stopping right about this region here. If they bounce, they'll run into more trouble, but let's add more of them. The spread pattern is going to alter this quite a bit. But you can see there's like a tighter circle around this. If we do homing now, what'll happen is that they'll drag away from that marker, but they're still trying to be in this region as well. They're still pivoting as if they were trying to be around the player. And we can see when I'm moving, let me remove that. They're not tracking onto me. Let me see if I can adjust this further. Okay, so we have rotate out. So here we're going to have target or lock random enemy. You can see in that spreadsheet some of the, well, as I'm talking about what's in the spreadsheet, you may not be able to read it, but you can see some of the behavior that's listed there. So these are going to spiral, attempt to spiral around a random enemy. You can see when the enemy dies. We cut this down a little bit. So you can see they're relocking. That's how lock an enemy will work. I think the word is... I think it's at. Let's check. Okay, it's just random enemy. Oh, wait. To random enemy, rotate out. There we go. So here's to random enemy and then fixed random enemy. To random enemy locks on them. And you can change that targeter. You can change to use a different kind of targeter. Let's get that mark in there. Got to be in quotes. So this will be at. Once it's got the direction, it will move in that way. So now when the spiral exits, we should get it drifting outward. So we're still getting bounces. The spiral can also be given just an enemy target without locking on, that kind of thing. But we have flexibility. So the idea is that you might have some things that make it orbit the player. So it would lock to the player and try to be in a fixed distance around the player. You might say orbit an enemy, where it will try to, from the point of origin, take those that orbiting projectile and try to get within range of the enemy. Generally, you would do like a contracting circle for that. So that it tries to move inward instead of move outward from the enemy. Spiral out on a lock-on target is potentially less interesting. But yeah. Okay, we are actually going to wrap up now. So we next time we are going to have to work more on the gating logic to make sure that the flow is actually doing what we want, which means getting it less as a flattening mechanism and much more as a dive in and restructure. So copy the behavior group, reformat it, so that within it you have sequential elements and behavior groups that might have gates on them. So the recursion will be slightly retargeted. But yeah, folks, I hope you had a good time watching with us tonight. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, drop a comment. All of the buttons for the platform that you're on, they all help the channel grow. If you're considering financially supporting the channel, you can do so through platform-specific methods such as subscriptions, bits, memberships, super chats, Patreon, coffee, all of that goodness. There are links to the off-platform elements in my bio and links, as well as the description of videos and VODs. But with all that said, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I'll see you next time.